Good morning, Vietnam. Today is day 17, where we will be becoming trillionaires. And our first order of business is 1 Newton bomb. Frank. Well, let's go. To get easier. Hey. Oh. Easier, not getting easier at all. Good stuff. Right shoulder. Cool. Okay, 1 Newton bomb down. How many Newton bombs to go? Okay, it's the next day now, and I want to review step 3. Just give me a quick high-level summary, and let me know what I should be looking for as I go through step 3. You should be able to swipe. Huh? This is okay. They're going tapping this. So two doing that and tapping like yeah, you can. I would add that. I would add that. App up top, or you can swipe in. Page your own. Unless this is. Well, yeah, as soon as you open it, whatever your page is on, this. Then if you're like this, you can just swipe it. Yeah. Indicate. Well, when you swipe, it should open. It should. Swiping should open. Swipe and it pops up. But this would already be swiping this. I'm keeping nice. So it doesn't where my finger. Yeah. Sensor. Not yet. They just wait till it pops up. So like swipe, like that. And then after some action or whatever, then LiveOS comes back. Yeah. So good. Oh my god, he showed up. What? James Stewart. Chat to me, James. Follow me, James. He's here. He's finally here. He's finally bought in. Took us 17 days to sell him. Finally got him. Finally got him. Yeah, donate a lot. Donate 1 warehouse. You do that? Hold on, James. I have something. I have something for you. Yeah. Just end the song.
Ah, hold on. Can I go get a headscarf? Who's Mr. Grumpy Pants? That's that is the CIO over there.
Operating.
Oh, that's loud. Okay, let me get rich. Hold on, James. You don't even know. Like you don't even know. You don't even know. You don't even know how complicated this shit is. You don't even know.
We're still prompting front end, by the way.
Are you still, James? Are you probably front end today? Be honest. Be honest though. Okay, why is it skipping? Yeah, AI viewers. That's what I want.
So I top shelf ban. Actually, so
I don't know.
for that,
They,
we have a
just,
quick
they know I'm gonna be famous, so they're trying to fucking bot abuse me, I guess. Trying to bot loop me. Or view bot looping me.
view bot.
Okay, so why for being only it would use? Maybe that's fine actually. Does this make sense? Okay, so I'm just looking over what you said right now, and I'm wondering why in the 3A fork that we're deciding to skip being only entries. Do you have any particular reason why this should be a special case? Like, I'm just wondering why we're omitting the deeper query for this special case. For 3B, um, that makes sense. Basically, we're creating some sort of missing context hints from the user input, and then we're searching 10K deeper and looking for mapping to those context hints. And we do that in every case where we hit the 3B fork, so that makes sense. Yes, B Cairo. You do not type prompts, man. You do not type prompts. Typing is dead. Typing died, trust me. Typing died a long time ago.
Up from now. Up it.
James, check this out. Check this shit out, James. Are you here? Tell me you're here. James, are you here? Are you here, James? Schedule my meeting with James at 6 o'clock. Should be about an hour. I think I might have just discovered a bug. hold on. I think I discovered a bug. Oh wait, I know what. Hold on, this is not running. That's right. There we go. Hold on, James. Hold on. Hold on, James. Hold on a second. I'll give you the full rundown. Hold on. Schedule my meeting with James at 6. Okay, so what it's done here is it's inferred the time, because I didn't say AM or PM, so it doesn't know. So if it got it wrong, I can boom swap it. It also doesn't know how long, so it's prompting me with a follow-up. Our meeting should be about like 4 hours. We have to film a lot of content, probably some gay porn, so yeah, it's about 4 hours. So first and foremost, are there things that you can talk to it and it will schedule things for you? Yes. In some sense, yes. Are they terrible? Yes, they're terrible. Is mine way better? Yes. So first and foremost, my scheduling layer is way better. The way it works, the way I've built like templates for activities and like daily structure, it's way better than the way other apps work. But this is not actually the main purpose of the app. This is just like the core functionality that has to work in order for everything else to work. So I think because I gave it a really long prompt, it's confused. But anyways, so the idea is once you get the core scheduling part working really well, hold on. Once you get the core scheduling part working really well, you essentially get to, let me finish this. It's going to be 1 hour, the meeting with James. So once you have like your stuff scheduled, the idea is that you can now collect context around those schedules, right? So whether or not you actually took action on what you planned, or okay, something weird is going on here. I've really never done this before. Maybe OpenAI has a problem right now. Although let me try to fix this. Anyways, it works. I don't know why it's being weird right now. Something going on. So anyways, so once you schedule things, you can collect context around it. Like, did you actually do what you scheduled? Like, what was your energy level? Your mood, all these different things like that. And then over time, what it can do is it can actually help optimize your scheduling and automate it for you. So like you don't actually have to go and say what you're doing anymore. It just knows what you want to do based on your past habits. And then yeah, based on the type of context you have surrounding your actions, it will help optimize around things like energy level, sleep, other priorities in life, whatever. And then the idea is we're building in these things called toolkits, which are like specific to certain domains of life. So like for example, you have fitness. So like say you want to like build workouts or whatever and like have a meal plan and track your whatever a fitness toolkit would track. That gets all integrated into the ability to build schedules basically. So like if I said do my gym at 6. So here, put my gym in at 6. So here, if if this had a template already for gym, like inside of the workout, I could attach to this. I could say like attach my leg day to this, and then right in here, I would be able to see like all of the relevant stuff right in my schedule for my leg day, right inside of this gym block here. Oh yeah. That's the idea. Basically, like it's a better way to do scheduling, and also on top of that, it's like a life coaching layer. It's not a schedule builder. No, no, I don't think you listen to anything I just said. No, the core functionality is it has to build schedules because the way you collect context is on top of what somebody's schedule is, right? Like I don't know how, like I don't know how tired someone is at the gym if I don't know when they went to the gym, right? So the core functionality is the ability to build schedules. Like nothing else works if it can't build a schedule. So the first thing it has to do is build schedules. Point number one, the way it builds schedules is a trillion times better than anything else that exists. That's number one. Number two, the actual functionality of the app is what happens on top of the schedule building. So you plug in toolkits, meaning like you can like provide external context to your schedule that helps you actually optimize what the schedule is. And then yeah, that's basically the idea. The fundamental part of it is the ability to schedule. It is building a schedule. Yes, it always essentially comes back to building a schedule and getting you to execute on something, right? Like that is the point. Ultimately, the result is a schedule. But what's going on behind the scenes is context is getting attached to your schedule, and there's different toolkits that plug into your schedule that provide surrounding information, and then a coaching layer essentially helps you optimize that schedule output, so you essentially get a better life out of it, right? Like that's the idea. It's not just like whatever James says he wants to schedule is what the app is going to let you do. Like first it's going to let you schedule, right? Then it's going to learn about you, what you actually do versus what you scheduled, your context surrounding the things that you scheduled, and then it's going to start to learn about you and try to optimize what your idea of scheduling is versus its idea. And then it's going to kind of try to guide you in a direction where it's improving, your output essentially. Like it might not always let you pick gym at 6 p.m. Like it might start recommending, hey, your energy levels are pretty low. Like why don't we try shifting gym up here, restructure, your work day starts a little bit earlier. Like maybe your sleep is a little like, you know what I mean? So it's not just scheduling, it's basically the ability to schedule is a part of it, but then it learns about how you schedule, all the things that go around scheduling, and then it'll help optimize for you. And it does that across all the different domains of life. So gym is one, finances is one. If you're a student, that's another toolkit. Like there's a ton of different toolkits that are going to go into this. And basically what I'm doing right now is I'm building in the smartest possible way I can think of the ability to draw schedules in a really clean, simple way that supports any type of user input. Like the vision is basically like no matter what you ramble to this agent, it's gonna figure out what you're trying to say and it's gonna do the appropriate thing. And the way you get it to do that is by very carefully building the data structure that goes into how you draw something like this in your schedule. Yes, obviously.
Also, false 88. I bump it up to about one.
Yep. What do you think? Are you sold? Are you sold? Like, imagine you took Google Calendar, the best fitness app, the best finance app, the best student app, the best fucking all the apps for all the different things in your life, and you put them into one place. And not only did you put them into one place, they all thought about things together and they helped you optimize across all those different things, right? All the complexities of life considered in one place. And then ultimately, yeah, the output is an optimized schedule that holds you accountable, tracks the context, you know, that type of stuff. Are we going to be rich? What do you think?
Mobile is available to quality.
What do you think, James? We're gonna do trillionaires? Flop or flop? How do I start a poll? Because one, it does the scheduling way worse. Way worse. Yes, it saves you time, yes. It does the scheduling way worse. Okay, so the way, if you really want to know why, I can explain it to you. So the way all of the traditional scheduling apps work is they basically attach schedules to clock times. So for example, like gym is at 6 p.m., right? When you schedule something, the way that the technology interprets it is gym is at 6 p.m. So what they do is they anchor activities to clock times, which is terrible because nothing ever happens routinely at clock times. The way that people actually operate in reality is by grouped activities for set durations. So it's a usual routine that you go to the gym for an hour, but it's not always the case that you go to the gym for an hour at the same time every day. So the way this does scheduling is it doesn't force routine activities to be specifically associated with clock times. We store durations and sets of activities with durations, and then essentially what that lets the coaching layer do is pick the best clock time for you on that day given the surrounding context. And that's not true. AI does know you better than yourself. It does know you better. Over time, when it gathers a lot of context on you, it does actually know you better than yourself. It thinks about things you wouldn't even think about. It recognizes patterns and things that you're doing wrong that you wouldn't even notice. So why would you use this instead of Outlook? Because the way the scheduling works is significantly better. It's way more reflective of how life actually works. The agent that handles the voice input is a trillion times smarter. It's way better at taking what you say, no matter what you say, and figuring out what to actually do with it in a useful way. And then, aside from just the scheduling part, there's no coaching layer inside of Outlook. It doesn't help you improve your schedule. It leaves the responsibility solely up to you to figure out what the best schedule is for you. But that's not a good idea, right? Because people don't know what the fuck they're doing. So when you add a really intelligent creature inside of your schedule to think about all of the things that you're doing and all the context surrounding your life, it can actually come up with a way better way to do things than what you would have come up with. So that's why you would use it. So it saves you time on the scheduling side. It's more intuitive and natural feeling, and then also it does way more on the post scheduling side. It saves you a ton of time in terms of figuring out how to improve yourself, right? You don't even have to think about it anymore. It just does it for you. Right? And aside from the scheduling part, let's say you're somebody who wants to go to the gym, right? Like you might think you have this great workout thing and you're making all this great progress, but the system might realize like you're not, and then it will give you the correct recommendations to actually, get the result that you want. So it's a huge difference. Huge difference. It's literally like comparing like you know what I mean. Yeah, exactly. That's the point. So in Outlook, it doesn't let you do anything. The way this works is it's adaptive. So say like say it came up to gym here, right? At 6 and you can't go to the gym, you can just go Hey, something came up. Push gym to 7 p.m. instead of 6 p.m. Hold on. Fuck, what day were we on? AI will fix it. Exactly, yeah. AI fixes it. Exactly. When things don't go according to plan, that's also where it does way better. Where was it? Here? As we can... Yeah, I'll just make another one. Yeah, so it does scheduling better. It does adjusting the schedule better, and it has a coaching layer on top of it. Do my usual gym at 6 a.m. Actually, something just came up. Make the usual gym at 7 a.m. instead. So it will move it. I'm not sure if this version... Okay, so this version wouldn't delete this one yet because I hadn't coded it in yet, but what it would do is it moves it. This version doesn't. And then also another functionality is... Actually, let's make gym 2 hours instead. This I'm not sure if this version's capable of this yet. I forget if I added it in here. It's because I said usual and it doesn't understand how to use templates yet, which these are templates. So I don't think this is going to work, but I can give you a better example. Hold on. Hold on. This is like an older version that I haven't updated yet, so it's not doing everything correctly, but let's do a walk today at 9 a.m. for an hour. Actually, something came up. Let's make that walk at 10 a.m. I still can't even remember if this version... Okay, so this version right now doesn't have the functionality to get rid of the old one. It's just making a new event, but that is the idea. Like, what I've made now, that I'm building right now, will do this correctly. It'll just move it. So the point being is that it it handles, like, life's flexibility is way better. Like, the way Outlook works is, like, once you schedule it, that's it. Like, you scheduled it. You scheduled it. It was shitty at doing the scheduling job, and that's it. This is better at doing the scheduling. It's adaptive once you do the scheduling, and then once you actually do the action in real life, it collects context around those actions and then helps you optimize in the future. And it will start building schedules for you, right? Does Microsoft Outlook start building schedules for you over time, or do you have to keep telling it every time? To tell it every time, right? It doesn't learn about you. Know what I'm saying? So are we gonna be rich or what? What do you think? Flop or flop?
Is your cursor working?
What?
Is your cursor working?
Think so. Well, I'll try something. Okay, yeah, let's use this conditional model. I think it makes the most sense. So at least there's a chance on a being input that we would still do additional querying. Yeah. Yeah. Dame, did you finally drop your ego? Uh, can't get no sleep. Get no sleep.
Alright. Here's
Can't get no sleep.
her and the fucking
Okay, one thing I'm seeing is that in step 3B, you have a 7-day or 50-row window, which it queries across. That not feel large? Like, shouldn't we just be querying across the same extra 10 rows for 3B, the same way we are for 3A? Like, essentially, we're querying across the same 10 extra rows, but just with two different purposes, right? Like, in 3A, it's like an enrichment querying. And then in 3B, it's like, can we find anything at all that would potentially map to this utterance? Right? So how come we have this 7-day 50-row query? That seems very deep.
your server running?
What?
Your server running?
It's having like when I was trying to show shit to James, it was very laggy. Yeah.
Murder not fucking loading, nothing loads, man.
Try Wi-Fi. It'd be the cord.
Alright. Oh,
No?
that's done.
Something wrong with that cord, probably.
Uh,
Could be back here. I don't know.
I was in another chat Gotcha.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh,
Oh, okay, do a full sweep of section 5 here and make sure there's nothing redundant or stale contradicting any of these changes, and then I'll continue going through section 5.
last edit caused an error. From the page.
Mm, mm. You have
The image. Send me the image. I set for the actual one that's in the good one. Bonfire.
Huh?
Bonfire.
Where? I didn't get it. Oh, my. Go ahead and fix any of those stale contradictions. Make those updates, and then I'm gonna go through step 3 after. So if you didn't already do those fixes, do it now. Mhm. Okay. I basically just need to see the rules here. So I'm just reading through step 3 now, and basically the goal in this section is for the LLM to do as little querying as possible and confidently get all of the information across previous rows that it needs to. Would you say that we're doing a little bit of over querying right now, or do you think we're doing enough? Like, do you think that we're doing a good job of accomplishing, essentially minimizing the amount of querying while still capturing all of the relevant context across previous rows? Schedule a workout at 12 for about 2 hours. Yeah, the server's like laggy or something. Schedule a
The internet, man. Look,
maybe,
it's sitting here for like ever.
maybe. Schedule a workout at 12 for 2 hours. Schedule a haircut at 2 for 1 hour. Uh,
Dude, it just like cannot do. Does this? Been like this for
Actually, when did this start? Yesterday, right? That's when this started.
Odd. Right. Low battery.
What?
This is low battery.
You need it? Okay, I think we're in a pretty good spot. I think it's very unlikely that deeper than 26 rows in the input capture layer, the user would be saying anything that needs to explicitly be referred to in the input capture sense, meaning like it needs to close out an old dialogue or, create a memory link more than 26 rows back. Any context that would be 26 rows back later that they might be referring to would already be stored in some sort of, template that is getting looked up, even though it's not something within the 25 most recent rows on the input capture side. And then for any like deeper context regarding like the coaching layer, which we haven't actually built yet, that's an entirely different set of data that we would be storing somewhere. So, um, yeah, I think we're in a good spot. One thing that I do want to point out is here when it says under the extended scan section and then number 2 where it says apply branch profile filter. The way it reads right now is that we can have up to 3 of each of these as entries, but it should be, or I'm wondering, is it supposed to be the case that it's only 3 total, right? 3 total entries that get added to the pack? Um, I mean, that's on the input capture side. So what is it referring to here on the schedule and template slide, on the template side? Right? Like I'm just thinking now, right? Like so on the what was the rule again? So for k equals 15, that's on the input capture side, and then we said on the deliverable side it's 3 from schedule and then check all templates. Is that what we said? I don't actually explicitly remember. So under the step 3A linkage enrichment, just let me know what this add cap here is referring to, and then when we're doing this deeper querying, are we also allowing for deeper querying into the schedule and template deliverables on top of just the extra 10K rows for the input capture layer, or what are we actually doing? Okay. Okay, I see. So in step 3, we're only adding on input capture rows. We're not digging deeper in the deliverable side for schedules. And then, as you correctly pointed out, it's not possible to dig deeper on the template side because we've already provided all active templates. Is this the correct read on it? The one thing that I'm a little bit uncertain of is if we are allowing for a deeper querying on the schedule side. Here actually, so I'm seeing in your recent messages there is actually a step 3 where it says only if hint needs it, schedule versions 4 to 6 or any or other day or capture by date. So not a and then not a second template catalog pass. So here, what it seems to me is like on the deeper query, we are actually allowing for 3 more rows on the schedule deliverable side, whether that's for the same or different date. Is that the correct understanding? I think that is a good idea. Because the utterance might be referring to something on a different date, which got missed on the initial input processing attempt, and then maybe like a deeper querying across, a different schedule version may actually create a map. So I think that makes sense. Yeah, that's what I meant. It's like depending on the nature of the input, it may or may not do a deeper query of the schedule deliverable side, but it will always do a deeper query of the input capture side across those 10 rows, depending on the the context that the LLM thinks it's missing and should be looking for.
But now, others.
Yes, I'm saying the LLM is querying, but I mean what you're saying. When I say that, that's what I mean. We're providing a data pack for the LLM that's deterministic, and then it looks across that. It's querying across that data pack is what I mean. But yeah, other than that, everything else you described looks right. So I just want to make sure that in section 5 that what we just talked about is very clear. Yeah, just make sure that in section 5 there's no confusion about what's going on here.
I think I've noticed, you know, that now you're keeping everything that exists. We're on the right track here, but body of the top top of the bottom bottom
Banger.
body of the further con happening.
Can't
Can't be real.
be real.
What is this?
Like Rocket League intro.
That's actually
What? What? Yeah.
not it.
They changed what the actual file is.
Yeah.
Hmm. Are you gonna end my jam? Don't end my jam.
See if we can find it on.
Wrist. Pause for a little minute.
Spotify. This enter. How can I
Want me to turn my hotspot on?
works and then all of a sudden have an internet thing? Or maybe it's your machine. It'd be your machine. Possible. Also the space.
Reading section 5 right now feels like that's pretty unnecessarily complicated. Do you think we can just maybe like rewrite section 5 in an extremely simple way that just has the absolute bare minimum of what is actually needed in order to perform operationally what we want to have happen? Yeah, I don't know. It just seems like there's a bit of unnecessary complexity in here. It's either that or I'm not completely following it. Like right now, I'm looking at branch profile filters, 3A, rows 16 to 25, capture only. Then there's tools, branch profile, behavior. So here it says fetch being only extended. Like I get what is it that you're doing here? Like documenting all of the different types of cases or like what it should be looking for. Yeah, I don't know. It's not that it's over complex, it's just that I'm not entirely sure what each of these sections are trying to do. So uh, 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 uh.
Oh, you son of a bitch! I got him.
Hmm.
Got him.
Got him. Dead.
Kill him.
Finally.
Oh, that's practical. Graphics. Watching not I actually sound. Act.
Okay, yeah, so let's rewrite section 5 in a way where we strip all redundancy and anything that does need to be included should remain included, but it shouldn't be restated multiple times, like saying the same thing in different ways. It should just be said very clearly one time in one clear order that follows logically in the order of events that actually occur within step 3, right? Inside the simulation. Constant stimulation. Inside the simulation. Mm-hmm. Reconnecting. Good. It's got to be Cursor because my internet's running totally fine.
Comes and goes, man. Works really fine and then just stops. Trust me.
Simulation.
Well, that didn't work. Drag. Larger. Out. Hide.
Much better now.
Happening. Everything. Everything. Go on. Add for text. Operating system. Open that. Off right there. Just overlapping the look. Ice. Not basically. Over. Oh my god. Yazıma.
Lucifer. It's very smart, actually. Much better.
Actually, files. Who's working?
Oh, it's bigger.
Oh yeah.
Oh, down the tank. Go get it. Go get it.
I'm playing sizing.
A lot of stuff.
Although
Okay, everything is looking really solid now. I'm in the path 3B section, and the only thing that isn't making sense is here where it's number 3 under section path 3B, where you have missing dialogue host and missing dialogue resolution. That shouldn't be there because any missing dialogue information is all a part of the first row in the first K equals 15 pack. And then in section 4, where it's the execute each planned operation, you actually correctly dropped the dialogue thing from there. And then also it seems like you don't have the partial entry in there either for some reason, like in that little table, like to execute each planned operation. We need to do 50 bomb. 50 bomb. Shooting bomb.
okay, I think we're right path here. Top and bottom one. If you're at the bottom now for bottom of the body of the button, that should top cover all the way down. Bottom body of the top button. Lock to it.
Very good now. I'm looking at the examples right now, and I'm gonna go through them one by one. So for the first one, it's correct. The second one where it says still anxious, it kind of reads right now that the link is happening to another being row in 16 to 25, but shouldn't it be that this is also potentially linking to a schedule instance? Isn't that also possible? Like they could have said like, they scheduled something earlier and now they're saying I'm still anxious and that's supposed to be getting linked back, or should it only be just continuing like a previous utterance of them saying they were anxious and now they're just following that up saying they're still anxious? What do you think? I think the potential risk is if we allow a schedule link in this case where it's not clearly linked, it might create links that we don't actually want. Whereas the being link would always be valid. That's fine. So for the third example where it says I'm dreading that, in order to actually establish a being to schedule link here, wouldn't it need to be more specific? Like they would need to see something more like I'm dreading that activity, like something where the link is actually clearly being established. Because if they just say I'm dreading that, like how would it know which schedule to link to, right? Unless it's like the immediate follow-up and it's like in the most recent open dialogue state or whatever. Um, I don't know how that would work. And I'm realizing now, like, if there's an open dialogue, right, or just whatever, like the user says something, like, how do we actually know how to attach these more generic utterances to schedules, like, and which ones they should get attached to? Like, I'm maybe a little concerned that the way the data is structured right now, that I'm dreading that could get attached to multiple things or the wrong thing, right? Like in the case where they give a specific, like I'm dreading the gym, it knows to attach it to the gym, whether that's outside of the initial 15 rows or the additional 10. But if they say something more generic, how is it actually going to know, if at all, what it can map to, right? Because like it would make sense that if they say, I'm gonna go to the gym, and then in the next utterance they say, I'm dreading that. It seems pretty logical that they're referring to the thing that they just said. But in the case where they said, I'm going to the gym maybe two or three utterances ago, and then they said something in between, how would we know what the I'm dreading that is mapping to, right? So maybe what I'm thinking is in the generic case, it should only attempt to map a link to the most recent utterance, And other than that, it would need to be a specific description of what they're dreading in order to establish a being linked to that schedule instance. That makes sense.
Before I click, bottom of the body of the box. Size position by time bottom body of the up all the way that point up the face up around Cheerios. Walk.
A long walk. A long walk. Oh, I don't know about you. I've done a lot of stuff. Okay, yeah, we're on the same page. In the example where it's I'm dreading that, and then the prior row number one is being only, this should actually not map to anything because I'm dreading that is okay, so I think we're aligned now on all of that. In the example where it's I'm dreading that and the prior row is a being only, I'm questioning whether or not we want to actually consider that a state of being that we want to save in the data because um I'm thinking like how would that ever become useful, right? Um I guess maybe like if a future utterance somehow referenced it, it could be then, you know, established as a link, so maybe it is worth saving. I guess it never hurts to capture this more general being context, and then if it just never gets linked anywhere, then fine. At least if we save it, there's a chance for it to get a link built into it later. Um, yeah, what do you think about that?
Bubble form. How exactly? Yes, yes. Sizing. Sizes. So one thought I just had now reading the gym at 5 example where we're linking essentially a previous being tired row to it. There's two types, I guess, or maybe even three types of states of being that can be uttered, which we might actually want to account for because it would affect how links would, if at all, be formed. Somebody can refer to themselves in the past tense, meaning like I was tired. So a gym at 5 today. Um,
it could get that being link, but that means something different that they were tired yesterday versus if the state of being was I am tired today, right? Speaking in the present tense, and then they could also be speaking in the future tense, saying like I'm expecting myself to be tired tomorrow after a day like today, right? So that's like a future mapping for the next day's context of their energy level. So that's just something to consider. In order to account for this, I'm thinking basically we would need to go back to phase one inside of the North Star where we built the input capture layer, and essentially inside of the state of being branch, there would need to be a subfield for the tense of the state of being, whether it's past, present, or future. I think this is a strong idea in order to establish this difference. I don't want to actually make those changes to the North Star now, but I do want you to record that idea and that context somewhere inside of this file so that when we do the merge with the North Star later, that we can account for that. But what I do want you to do is to illustrate the examples in section 5 here that would account for those differences in states of being, and also make sure that anywhere else across this LifeOS Phase 3 transfer contracts file that anything that would need to respect this new type of idea would reflect that type of change. And then, yeah, just make sure that the notes for merging with the North Star later include the idea, and then also that everything in the North Star will need to be updated in order to respect this new change. Do you think this is a good idea? You just do something to the server?
What?
Just like randomly logged out. The session expired. What happened? What happened? What did I miss? Poking my butt. Yep. Hmm. So is this working now or what? The colors look way better now. Looks like dark. Is this cool? This. Oh, this. Actually. Oh. I think it's good. Have to be like a little and go. Or it was like this, like full test 10 was there, you go like that, it's up and it's back like that. But it's but the scroll is basically scroll is bounded. Blocked to the top. Actually, that they roll. I just did
Yeah, sounds good. Now that we have this past, present, future idea for being links, basically that needs to be essentially queried in the additional search. Like if there isn't a present, past, or future thing that gets mapped to an utterance, um, there should be some search for it, right? Like if the input isn't mappable but has some sort of indication that it might be referring to like a past or like future type of being link, something like that. I guess it would be only past. It would be only past. Yeah, I think you just need to look for, are there any past tense states of being in the recent however many rows. I guess from the previous day or earlier in the day or something along those lines, where those past utterances might actually need to get linked up to the current utterance in order to establish some sort of meaningful map. And then obviously, there needs to be considerations for how we handle future and present as well. Oh crap! Yep, okay.
Not quite sure. Figure that the bottom, the base of the bottom boundary, up to the bottom of the body of the bottom banner, ever body of the laps there. For example, completely bottom of the body of the fold up on banner over the bottom of the essentially only lock on the body bottom of the body of the laps for push up one for lap the body. Let's iron out by this
Yeah, so basically, anytime they give a present tense being, the idea is the system should pick it up essentially in like nearby utterances or keep it as like a present context. When it's a past utterance about being, basically that means that the system should look back to things that happened already and figure out where does this past utterance refer to, and then in the future tense ones where they're anticipating something that's going to happen, um, basically on the next day. Sorry, I said it backwards actually. So the future case is the one I just said for the past. So for the future case, they say an utterance predicting what's going to happen like in the next day or whatever for some state of being, and then on that day, the system essentially needs to go back and look for those future utterances and see if any of the actions from today map to those. And then for the past case, let me just think about this one for a second. So, when would this? Yeah, so basically they have to look back and see are there any past actions that already happened that would map to what they're saying right now. Boom, 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 boom. Ah. How much are steroids? 50 bomb. Seriously. Yeah, so then what I'm thinking is on top of the initial k equals 15 pack, we should actually always explicitly require search backs for potential future predictions, right? Like on any utterance, basically, we need to see if that would map to a future prediction from a previous, day or 2 days ago or whatever like that, right? So it would only be the case where there is an action involved or a being only that is specifically referring to a continuation of something that they would have said previously, right? And then when it's that type of utterance on some day, it would go back and have, say, let's say, a maximum of three rows outside of the k equals 15 that have that future label to see if those map to the current utterance, right? It's not always that they will, but it should check and go and see. And then in the past case, you don't need to do that lookup every time. It's only when the utterance is referencing, is there something that happened historically that would relate to this being utterance that got the past label,
right? So that happens in real time. That doesn't require additional querying unless there is that specific label. Whereas for the future case, it always requires the additional querying to go look and see if it is there. And then for the present case, it should just be handled how we already have it, right? So basically, it's any present being utterance as well as any future being utterance should go back and look at future. Any present or future being utterance in association with a schedule utterance, regardless of actually whether or not there is being associated with that utterance, should also go back and query. But when an utterance is specifically referring to the past case, then the query doesn't need to happen. Yeah, kind of read through that and let me know if I'm not making complete sense. I think I have the idea though. Login button. Login button. Background of this. Start from all the all color file login. Formatting. Okay, couple minor clarifications. I think on the present case, it should also do the future look back, right? Because when they say something like on a Wednesday, it may or may not refer to something that they mentioned about a future indication on like a Tuesday or a day before, right? So whether or not they explicitly are referencing a future look back, it should still do it, except in the case where it's the past look back, where it should be handled in that case. And then the one other thing I want to change is I think I want to up the prior days to 7, make it be a full week look back. I think there will be very little future references, and if there are, we should be able to look about a week back in order to establish a link. Because like for example, say they're doing the same gym routine like a week later, right? Which is like a pretty regular thing to do. And they reference some sort of future signal about that a week prior. So I think a 7-day period is enough to catch pretty much everything here. And then anything outside of that, I mean, this can't be the most perfect system of all time that catches every possible future reference, right? So I think 7 days is a good spot to account for most of the scenarios. And yeah, let me know what you think. I think for the present and future case, we basically need the same thing, right? Because in a present tense, they still may need to look back and see if there was a future reference to that present tense. And then obviously when it's explicitly mentioned, like that they are referring to something they said previously, like a future reference, then it should obviously do this sort of querying. And then just to be clear on what's happening in the past look back case, that's basically when there is an utterance that is specifically getting the past label on the being side, then it will go back and see if there are specifically schedule schedule instances in the deliverable side that would link with. Right? Is that the idea, or is it still on the input capture layer that it's looking to form those links? I guess it would be both actually. It would be the input capture layer where we would form like a memory link essentially across rows, and then also on the deliverable side where we may want to attach context to a scheduled event. Right? Like say they did the gym yesterday and then today they mention, oh, like I was so tired at the gym yesterday. Right? It should go back and assign how tired they were at the gym yesterday and establish that sort of memory link. So on the input capture side, there would be a memory link between those two input capture rows. And then there would also be context for being tired retroactively added to the deliverable for that day, specifically at the segment where they were doing gym. So I'm noticing now this actually adds a second case where mutability is allowed for rows on the deliverable side for schedules, and that's specifically when we're doing this past case where we're associating a essentially a being context to an event that already happened. So let's make sure that the LifeOS Phase 3 transfer contracts file is fully up to date with this new understanding of past, present, and future state of being tenses. And then let's make sure all the examples are respective of this and any context that actually pertains to the contracts. And then also make sure that the merge section at the end has all the necessary information in order to account for what's going to need to change on the North Star side when we do the merge. Bow, 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 bow.
Developer plan. That is Do you think I need to do a review of section 6, or do you think it's done? Actually, topics. File. Uh, but section 6 does include all of the logic for how to do the lookups, right? Because Actually, no, that would be in the past tense case, right? So section 6 should account for what happens in the past. Oh, no, actually, it wouldn't. It would all be section 5, right? Like section 5 handles the split between future and present and then past, right? That should all be in section 5 because this is a part of the initial pass deliverable pack, and then section 6 is only concerned with follow-ups on top of that, right? So I guess the question is, should section 6 in the follow-up pack do any sort of um, past, future, present tense explicit extra lookup, or no, should we just leave it as we already had it? Which is basically query another 10 rows. If there's information pointing to another scheduled deliverable, look up to another 3 rows. I think that's basically everything it was, right? Uh, What? Yep. Hmm. Hmm. Sorry, no, I didn't mean welcomes traffic. That traffic. Okay, cut. Not yet. Dude, we gotta walk. Walk cut. Walk cut. Walk cut. Walk cut. Hold on. Like, give me like 5 minutes. Should be like an hour. Hold on. I'm gonna have an hour. Let me walk. Yep, okay, that makes perfect sense. We have the split correct. I just want to make sure that within section 5, when we do that initial k equals 15,
baseline, essentially, which is what we're giving to the LLM. As a part of that step one baseline, we should also be including the temporal rows that are being considered in that initial pack. So it's like the k equals 15 plus the consideration for the differences in temporal states of being. That should all be a part of the first pack because we don't reprocess this information later. It's just something that should always be considered in the event where the input is the future or present tense. We give it that one type of temporal pack, and then when it's the past case, we give it that different type of temporal pack. But still, at step one, it should include both the k equals 15 pack from the input capture side for the most recent 15 rows, and then also it should include on top of that the temporal pack, depending on whether it's the past case or the present slash future case. It would include whichever version it is for that. And the way it would determine that is it essentially needs to do the input parse attempt before receiving the pack. So actually, I'm thinking about it now. The way it's structured, it doesn't make sense. So the trial parse is step 2, which happens after the baseline. So in order to know what type of temporal pack needs to get added on top, it would actually have to happen after step 2, now that I think about it. So how should we do this? So if it's going to be step 1 is the baseline k is 15, then we do the trial parse, then we do the supplementary sweep if necessary. Then following step 3, are we basically just always doing the temporal sweep? And then we're splitting that into the two cases of either past or present slash future. So basically there's a step 4 now, I think, right? Mm, can you quickly add a cross bottom bottom folder so I can have a
Okay, walk.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go.
I think put it 920. So the spacing buttons. That space bottom. Not even. That shows the bottom of the that to be. Design. line being go. Holding that. Or these effect. Quite sort of but so sizing, but no. Optimize.
Let's fucking
Gray line here. So right now, I scroll the con. Right, scroll up. Boxes. As far as I want. This thin gray line essentially always blocked top of those two lines should be blocked. Thin gray line. Position of taps back down. From this point, if we expand right the left further, right here, once the bottom banner is lines off, collapse from and it was
Okay, did you write this in a new file, or is this all inside of the file we've been working on for the phase 3 transfer contract? I see there's two new files called section 5 temporal sequencing. There's two different of these files. Yeah, I just want to make sure that all of this context is inside of the Life OS Phase 3 transfer contracts file in the correct sections. And then just to be clear, basically what we have now is essentially the user gives an input, the k equals 15 hack is sent to the LLM, then the input tries to do the parse, it figures out what type of parse that is. Then before we do the 3A or 3B branch, first we do the temporal query, then following that we do the 3A or 3B path depending on what the nature of the input was. And then following that, we establish final either mappable or unmappable case. And then in the event where we did establish new links, we would use the newest version, and in the case where we didn't, we would use the initial version. Is this basically what we have now? By the way, for me, I'm not even saying anything about features or anything, and if you putting them in pause, it's active. Like anytime it does anything, it's literally like this is
That's that for me.
never gets it wrong.
Just because I was fucking because closing the chats and pausing open one.
We're not worried about selling the repos, just us.
Adding a set.
That is intentional, I think. Terminated. No, actually.
Pause. Whoa.
Whoa. Ew. Okay, yeah, perfect. We are exactly aligned. Is there anywhere in the Life OS Phase 3 transfer contracts file that we have a nice big map of what's going on? I'm looking, so I see here in section 15 there's like an end-to-end runtime flow. I'm just looking to see if this actually is covering the entire correct map. Let me just look at this here for a second in section 15. So it's reading right now in this map that step 3A and step 3B happen before the temporal, and the whole temporal thing is not actually a part of this map at all, unless I'm misunderstanding it or there's a different map somewhere. So I just want to make sure that we do have an accurate map at this point, and that it is including the correct order of events.
Working, right? What is it now? What? What are you? Okay, what are you? You have to tell me what you're trying to do. You have to tell me. Oh, that kind of thing. For all the change. Oh, I see everything on the page with the space. Actually, top of it. Also, follow. Traffic. Looking at function right now.
Yeah, actually do a full sweep across the Life OS Phase 3 transfer contract plan file and make sure it's fully up to date with all of the changes we've made. Make sure there's no stale context. Also make sure the section regarding the context we need to do the merge with the North Star is updated and is going to account for everything that it needs to account for.
Talking. Keep talking on.
Yep. We need when we get to the fucking the warehouse, we need mics, isolated mics.
Only hear it when it's space. Womp womp. That's perfect. That's because, so I'll explain. So,
You know, I was doing this the first time, 6 months ago, whatever. I guess and everything. Hold on. Oh, when I was doing it on my own.
because I had previous instructions.
Oh, before we even started any.
So the operating tied to so it needs to be for the login and operating. So basically, they need to be a group with set separation placed on the side on that. And the reason it didn't break before when you did it is because you're using a web app, not a file app. Totally different.
That bottom. I actually pull down. Bottom of bottom band. Bottom.
Okay, this is right now, but I want it to be a little bit more clear on the actual distinction. So when we get to the mapping status and it branches into complete and then incomplete or failed, I want to segregate these roots until they do actually merge back together. Like right now, it merges back onto step 3.0 temporal enrichment. It is true that they both do the same thing, but it's in a different way, right? So let's leave these two branches segregated. So the 3A and 3B route should be segregated. And then also in the temporal enrichment, I want to show that there's the different cases, right? It's either the past case or the present or future case. I want to show that segregation as well. Like basically, I want the map to fully detail all of the possible routes that it can go down as its own segregated branch. And then it should only actually merge back, I guess at, where would it be? I guess at step 4, right? Is where the merge and chain closure, somewhere around there is where they should come back. But the entire step 3 should have its own separate branching following the complete or incomplete or failed branch from mapping status. The way it reads right now, it kind of seems like, okay, there's a branch between complete and incomplete, but then they just merge back and do the same thing, which is not the case. There's like a lot of differences
within the Route 3A, and then for Route 3B, like they're very different. So we should show that explicitly in the map. Of course, that is already detailed in the text above, but I want the map to very clearly map to that text, so that when we go to actually build this later, there's no confusion. Ah. Okay.
So the conditioning. One thing, other stuff. Actually, gotta be retarded. It asked me the question. Oh, no. What's the problem? I was like, what's literally what is it? I said load. Tell me what you want it to do and tell me what it's doing. This should load the screen at the top. Yes. I auto load the bottom line. What is the bottom line? Bottom of the no. Explain to me. Oh, that's not good. Revert this. Oh, what do you want it to do and what does it let it go?
Perfect. Perfect. Okay, all the changes we just made, what sections have been affected, and where should I go back and read and check over and make sure it's right? Do you think it's a good idea maybe to just go from the beginning of this LifeOS Phase 3 transfer contract file and just essentially read it from scratch and start working my way through from the beginning? Very important that this part is correct because this is the bread and butter of the whole thing, so I don't mind reading it 100 times if that's what it takes.
What?
This thing that I'm making now is where it's either gonna work or it's not, so I'll read it 1,000 times until I think that it's right.
I'm having here. Actually, I scroll all the way down.
Yeah, before you
What's the look at that? Loads correctly. Yes, I'll scroll down. Yes, but if it's like this, you always load basically. If it is our default for the chat. So this is all the way down. So here's the fix. Tell it that the box is bound to the current size of this one. So however big this box is, this box needs to be that size. 1,000 times. That's probably not in the right way. Let me try. Hey, never. What is this gray? We don't need a gray line. The bottom of it. Why would you? Why would you need? It's for fucking editing purposes. Ooh, what's going on? We're at the bottom of the.
I have a very easy. Let me start talking. Okay, I want you to order that last prompt, and I'm basically what we have set up right now is a banner at the top, essentially unmovable size, and have a banner at the bottom, which size depends. I click the expand button, bigger from the smaller. This bottom flexible size banner has an orange bar at the top. The way that we make it work is we pose a rule that bottom of the rollable box, so the gray line that we how to show the bottom of the box, that always has to be bound to the exact bar, no matter what size the bottom banner is. Fully expanded, then the size of the rollable box should map to that current position of the orange line. If I go to the neutral position, map to that size, and if I post closed position, map to that size. Basically, depending on whether we're in the neutral, expanded, or size of the bottom banner, size of the scroll box should be such that orange line is the exact position of the bottom of the.
They said multiple times.
Well, if I do it in one shot, then we're not saying the same
it
thing.
makes no.
Let's see. Let's see. Basically, what you have to do is equity. So, like the idea is you
That's
have
what
to.
I said. They linked. Flapping each basically over top of each other. Dragged with the bottom part. So
Let's see. Not do that's it. The one questionable thing here is it might. So here's the lesson. Not the fucking lower. Out. Perfectly. So this would be a second thing now. Now you would say, okay, when I minimize it,
I had this.
so now you start correct. Like this. Or anytime it's moves down,
that.
like this, but it needs to not work. So now this is the next thing. Where I was at before this.
Okay, so it's functioning correctly now at the level where we're already at one of these levels. I'm the most zoomed out I can see properly. Now is when I change the size of the window, whether I make it smaller or bigger. What's happening is not keep the box bound to it's essentially down and hiding some of the size of the window. We need to that the roll box essentially maps over. Happening right now is have to size and then shouldn't be the case that where when I zoom out I'm of out of the scroll box until I scroll on change the size of the window. We should already go down or up when it first. Like what it's doing is basically when you zoom, the orange isn't. So that's the
I
next
know
thing. So
the
now you say
issue.
when you click this, so the first
Dude.
issue,
know the issue. I know.
like you didn't explain it right.
Yes, I did. I said it should always be linked.
Yeah,
It should never pull it down.
doesn't hold.
This
It would
position,
scroll and push it up. But the
way it was up, it's
good push it. Either one, whichever one you want. Idea is what's correct now is scrolling keeps down, but the minimizing does.
still resizing. Happened. Happened.
So it's the only want. It's I think it should want it like that, then it's either B or C. Definitely not.
Not be always re.
I think it should be always reset, then it never breaks. Might not look perfect, it might pull it up, but at least and then if you want it so it's at the bottom, it's A is gonna do
Should basically be like this, like a fucking.
if you want it to like if you expand, does it go like this? Does it like what does it do?
Right now, it's at the bottom. That's
Fine or what? Fine. If you wanted to look at this, if you're looking at this, you're on the bottom, and you click this, now you like this, and you push it, you'll see everything. on this one. This could be the middle like this. It doesn't matter where middle and it's your middle. Look at this and you click it. Middle and you click it. It'll do the same thing. Wherever you're looking, you want it to keep where you're looking. That's the idea. No matter where you're looking, you want to make sure it doesn't change. That's option B. But now, that's option D.
Let's see. Prepping. Done. 2 prompts. There it is, man.
Out. Nothing. Keeping it exactly where the window was. That's what you want. Exactly what you want. That is exactly as it's. Fine. Outward. So what when so then there's some sort of case on this. This one's working. Outermost one and the inner all the way out. Working perfectly. Days ago. Markings. I hold it. This works here. When it's like this, oh, that's correct. Zooming out works. All this to this one works. So it works on everything but slot 10. Look, it literally works on everything. That's the edge. If it's here and you do it, it works. Here it's working. Working everywhere, but on the bottommost button. So if we're at the space where we're on the lowest button in the box, when we out, it's flipping a little bit. Sometimes it seems to work, but sometimes it doesn't work. Where else in the page, like if you're on, what is it, scroll test 9, that button works. Everything up from test 9 works. That's that towards scroll test 10, then it starts scrolling up towards test 9. So there's something at that bottom edge. So it works perfectly everywhere but the bottom. That's all. Yes,
Yes, it's just at the bottom. Like the animation is not perfectly. The way it's moving it is correct. Just at the very bottom. Perfect. Bottom. Whatever you. Not dull. Impossible to fit everything. There's
No,
smaller.
you're like this, like
You have to pick. You either
that's
get rid of the
sliding,
bottom or the top. You either get rid of the bottom.
sliding test.
You want to get rid of the
do that. Slide it up.
bottom or the top. Even if you want to change it, it's it works. Zooming out works perfectly now on the edge. We'll test 10. Meaning if I go from a smaller window on the bottom banner, as intended, I make it smaller size of the bottom banner, then it's as well where that function properly. So out is work. If I zoom in, I mean make the bottom banner. It's gonna fix it and yeah, it's
And down.
let's see.
This close and then just.
That does. Well, pattern man.
Oh, yeah,
Trust it.
Adding.
Doesn't
Adding.
matter. It's either gonna work or it's not. All that matters actually does. Works, it works. Like the argument is that you don't know what it's adding or removing, but you never do what it's adding the first. Ever know. Works now, but it's just yeah, it works perfectly now. The only problem is a little bit kind of like stutters and flashes a bit. Other than that, it is so the end essentially not working well on the zoom case, but it is landing at the that's not a nice smooth out exactly where on the extend side, everything entirely perfect. Side where the it's working now. That's how I think it's look it. You don't want it to cover the button, but it makes more sense to get rid of what's at the top. The way it works is you scroll down, found something, scroll, and you found something. Okay, I found it. And I click this. I don't want to hide the thing. So you wouldn't like hide what you did. That wouldn't make push up. Either you push up from the top or you hide on the bottom. Those are the two. And if you push from the bottom, to me, that makes less sense because it's way more likely that what you're looking for hold down to. Why would you want to hide
I'm
that?
just saying, grab the whole position. That's it.
Wait, hope is this. Hope is this. And when you there has to do it at the bottom or the top. You lose
It
it.
should
You
just
lose
be.
some buttons.
It's very simple how it should work. I mean, you're losing buttons. Whether it's from the top or bottom,
It
who
should
knows?
be body. Here's the body. It's rollable.
Or the size changes.
At any point you do this, it just collapses. Point on the screen. Overlaps it.
You have to scroll back down.
Down, like
But the problem with that is
that's how it was working before. You still have the old one? I don't know. The way it was working there was perfect. Only basically the bottom of this all the way down.
so quick. Go anywhere but right here. Like to me, it doesn't make sense to cover it. To move it up with it, it's like moving the page up. Wherever you are, you're moving. Like this doesn't really.
Bought up over the screen.
I know what
Slide
you.
up.
I know what you mean.
Slide it down.
That you can. Say instead of moving up, covers it. But then the problem is that doesn't work. Then you can't. I see why it wasn't working. You're asking for something that's. You want to put the orange bar here, telling it keep the gray bar bound to the orange bar, which is impossible if you slide up over. You want the orange line here and keep the gray line here. This is literally what you're asking it to. Now I know why you're
No,
losing your mind.
dude, the way it was working before, first global page, it's the exact way I'm talking about.
But what I'm saying is if you're trying to link the gray and orange part, it's not going to work. Possible. Sure. I'm not saying you have that functionality, but to get that functionality, you would not tell it to link bars because it's possible. You can't have orange here and gray here and have gray and orange.
Oh,
Set.
they close to each other at the bottom. They're linked right now. This is the idea. It's like this.
Dude, look, I'll explain it. What you're asking it to do is like literally, it's not. I'm not saying you didn't have that functionality. I'm saying the way you're trying to do it right now is not going to work. Look, how you look. This is what it is, right? And you have the orange bar and the gray bar lined up here, right? You have the orange bar here, okay, and they're linked. If this bar moves up here like this, what has to happen to the bar? It has to move up, so it has to scroll up.
No. It.
See what I'm saying? If these are linked together,
They're not linked though.
but that's what you're telling
No.
it to do.
No.
Then what are you telling me?
Like this. Like bottom banners here. Say the bottom page is this big. Pull it up. Now they're linked. Bottom.
Okay.
Now slide the bottom banner up. Now this page can
So
scroll
then the
up to
way
here.
you would explain that is totally different. It's whatever the
That's what I was getting at.
whatever the current position is of there, then it gets linked. The
And
furthest it can go.
Basically,
is
it's like this. Now they're linked. Now, if I slide this down, this is part of the page doesn't exist. This is the bottom of the page. If I slide this down, this block down. Only when it's pulling down. Now, if I expand it, just gets back here, back up here.
But when you, I see like right, go like this and it slides up, right? It hasn't reached
reset. It's not
It
until you
needs to
scroll that it
establish
will
the
reset
The
the
boundary.
The
before
boundary
you
is the
do it.
orange bar. Always. The boundary is always the orange. But it changes when you change. That's why it's not. Is it working now? Okay, what do we want this to do? Tell me what you want it to do and I'll tell you. Want it to cover
Exactly
it?
what I said. Like, okay, only push up the bottom of the page.
Want it to cover it. And then when you scroll up, what should happen? Down wherever the orange.
This never change. How do you
What?
different collapse? Case for collapse. That way, here's here, collapse. There was
There's a way easy. If it's the way you want. Take the page.
what I was doing.
Take the
man.
page the full size. Has nothing to do with the orange part.
Oh,
That's why.
no.
That's
When it's like this, it thinks the size. So this and then back down
So then you make it so it's
to be the
basically wherever
it's
the,
the
orange,
body of the page. This established size base as this
up right now.
very finished.
The animation's finished. Functionality is actively. Box change size as that. Yeah. Perfect. Does not matter.
You apply it to other pages.
They'll be
break
this-
shit. On your Instagram in the fucking screen. It's so annoying.
Here, everything. Thumbs up.
I think we're on the right track, but it's published. Bottom of the top banner. Top of this scrollable area. Right now in bottom banner. Scrollable area. Above. Minimize bottom banner. Scrollable area. Above. Orange line.
Couple cheers. Size it up. Let's make a couple size of this. Button. This should be. I don't know.
Okay, we gotta go on a walk.
What?
Ugh. Walk cut or what?
Who the fuck is Buzz this time?
That was a quick pause.
Does me on top. Brennan?
I'll buy. I'll buy one.
Moment.
Face on the. A better version. That's centered. Action. Probably something. What was right here? That one. What's some crazy number? Number is defined. Possible. Section. What? Sure. The problem is if you do that, it's going to contradict with the logo being center. Really, what I would do is say edit the asset so that it's symmetrical. It's supposed to plop it right at the edge of the vector and right. Or just minus. Back. Sizing. Like right here. Yeah, so after you ignore all that, the easy was to plot the actual side, so that, or was that side? Now that I did that crop though, basically what it's done is everything asset for the LifeOS is so larger than it. So look through the files where the LifeOS logo is being essentially adjust the size to be smaller now that we cropped around the exact. Not sure exactly how much color needs to be by, and then I'll let.
Okay, let's go.
Iterate.
Okay, that is the end of the stream for today. That was day 7.